Can someone in the boardroom verify that they can hear me?
We're able, sorry, we're able to hear you. Yes, we
Great.
can.
Thank you.
No.
I just wanted to see if anybody can hear me.
We can hear you, Mr. Rutherman. We can hear you, yes.
Thank you.
I can hear you too, Andy.
Yeah, is there any way to leave the microphone on? I'm in a very quiet room.
Okay. Is my mic working? I don't feel like it's working. Talk close. Does that work? Oh, it's, ooh, okay. Hello. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees on April 9th, 2026. We'll call the meeting to order at 5:03. Let's take roll. We have two trustees online. Mr. Ayala, are they logged in? Should be, okay, perfect. Thank you. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead. Here. Trustee Rotterman.
Here. Did you hear me here?
Yes, I hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Ryan is absent. Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
Student trustee Suresh.
Here.
And I am here. Okay, may I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Good evening, board. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Angélica Benítez, mi compañera Verónica Adams y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también podrá seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have the pledge led by Trustee Fairchild.
Please stand.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The mission of Santa Clara Unified is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The vision of Santa Clara Unified is that our graduates are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamiyan Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. Okay, guidelines for public comment at a board meeting. Is that first? Oh yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I'm a mess. I have a change that I'd like to propose. E2, the Student Senate report, I would like to move before D1 so that our student can give their report because she needs to get home sooner than would be able if we left it. So
Yeah, I
okay.
am too.
Okay. Trustee Fairchild?
I would like to pull I-14 from consent.
Okay. I-14 is amendment number 1 to the 2025-2026 services agreement with New Direction Solutions, LLC, DBA ProCare Therapy. Trustee Muirhead, are you okay with that? It'll just come off consent and we'll consider it on its own at the end. Mhm.
Or under action items for ed services, under N.
Trustee Fairchild, do you have a preference on where we place it?
No, but it's usually easiest just to do it right after the. consent.
Okay. Okay, so we'll do it right after the consent for I. Okay, so it will be right after consent for I and before J1. Okay, Trustee Muirhead, are you okay with that? And
I
Trustee
am too,
Ryan?
yes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Trustee Muirhead and a second from Trustee Ryan. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Okay. Now, the guidelines for public comment. Policy 1313 is a civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. Okay, so I do not have any slips for public comment on closed session agenda items. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak? Ms. Meltzer, is there anyone in the Zoom with their hand raised? There is not. Okay. So we will close public comment on closed session. Agenda items. One thing I wanted to also read is that pursuant to Government Code Section 54950 of the Brown Act, Trustee Watanabe has notified the superintendent that she has an emergency that requires her to participate in tonight's board meeting via virtual platform. Okay. So in closed session, the board will consider the following. B1, public employee appointment, Government Code Section 54957.6, management, director, secondary education. B2, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Sections 54957 and 54954.5E. B3, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54954F. Agency representatives, Damon Wright, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Business Official. Employee organizations, UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. B4, conference with legal counsel pending litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9A, AO versus Santa Clara Unified School District. B5, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property Martinson Site, 1350 Hope Drive, Santa Clara, California, 95054. Agency negotiators, Damon Wright, Superintendent, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Business Official. Negotiating party, potential opportunity, under negotiation, terms of agreement. B6, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property Monticello Site, 3401 Monroe Street, Santa Clara, California, 95051. Agency negotiators, Damon Wright, Superintendent, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent, Chief Business Official. Negotiating party, potential opportunity, under negotiation, terms of agreement. B7, public employee performance evaluation, Government Code Section 54857, agency designated representative, Bonnie Lieberman, Board President, title Superintendent. The board will be back from closed session at 7:30. Thank you. Sure. May I please have the introduction of our interpreter?
Good evening. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Verónica Adams Navarro. Mi compañera Angélica Benítez y yo seremos los intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal de español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprime el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje español. En este menú también puedes seleccionar la opción para silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. A report from closed session. In item B1, the board received information. And item B2, the board received information. Item B3, the board received information and gave direction. And item B4, the board received information and took action. In the matter of AO versus SCUSD, case number 22 CV 409331. On a motion made by Andy Rotterman and seconded by Vicky Fairchild, the board voted unanimously to approve the settlement in the amount of $40,000 in exchange for a dismissal of the case. The vote was as follows. Trustee Canova, yes. Vicky Fairchild, yes. Trustee Muirhead, yes. Trustee Rotterman, yes. Trustee Ryan, yes. Trustee Watanabe, yes. And I voted yes. So the motion passed 7-0. The board will be returning to closed session for items B5, B6, and B7. And B7. Okay. At this time, we've moved up item E2, which is our student senate report, to right after our report from closed session. So we'd like to welcome Eve Watts from New Valley High School.
Thank you, board. We'd like to welcome our student senate to do her presentation this evening. Thank you. Hello, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrow. I'm to present high school today. I'm proud to share achievements our students have made this year, as well as positive impact of our school community continues to build. To begin, accomplishments is a strong participation in the college program. 10% of students are in college classes, courses, or SVCT programs. Showing to continue education in school. This is just a dollars for students who are the time contributing. Still consider college or trades as a path. As we get to students continue to join classes like sustainability, choose hands-on concepts, and art, which combines fine art and sciences for a fresh look at the world around us. In addition to academics, our school clubs have been thriving and bringing new energy to campus. The Tattoo and Graffiti Club have become a creative outlet where students can express themselves in concept through art in a unique and engaging way. Leadership has also been doing an excellent job building school spirit and helping create a more unified, inclusive environment. The clubs actually collaborated for our Valentine's themed Spirit Week we called Wear Your Heart on Your Sleeve, where we made a custom temporary tattoo design from the designs from our Tattoo and Graffiti Club. Together, these clubs are helping shine a positive light on the school and showing what our students are capable of when given the opportunity. Our athletic program is also something to celebrate. The softball team has been exceptionally popular this season, competing strongly against other continuation schools and representing our campus with pride. Beyond just competing, they are also working hard to build a community by encouraging students with good attendance to come out to our sports and support games. This is not only rewards, but positive habits, but also helps to strengthen the school spirit and connection among the students. We are also incredibly grateful for the field trips we have been able to experience this year. These are opportunities we have all been allowed us to learn beyond the classroom and explore new environments. Some highlights include visiting Monterey Bay Aquarium, exploring the California Academy of Sciences, attending an inspiring art show at Stanford University. Each of these trips provided meaningful education and cultural experiences that many of us will remember for years to come. We also had a chance to visit Mission College today, which gave students further exposure to higher education and future possibilities. We want to highlight our own sophomore Angel Nava Alvarez, whose artwork was recently accepted into the new Museum Los Gatos competitive exhibition working with our art teacher, Miss Devine. Angel created his piece to represent immigrants who came to the United States to provide a better life for their children. Each year, students are invited to submit original artwork based on a central theme to Art Now, a highly regarded Santa Clara County exhibition and educational program that highlights exceptional students, artistics from across the region, spanning communities from Palo Alto to Gilroy. With the selections made through a rigorous jury process, being chosen for this exhibition is a significant honor. Lastly, we want to take the time to acknowledge and thank our Vice Principal, Ms. Tovar, for everything she does and keeps our campus safe for us, inclusive and running smoothly. We're also sad to see her go and want to wish her all the best. Overall, this year has been one of our growth and opportunity and connection years, from academic achievements to extracurricular success and enriching experiences. Our seniors are now leaving a strong legacy. Thank you for your time for supporting our students.
Thank you so much. That was a great report. It's so exciting to see all the field trips too. That's awesome. Thank you. Okay, excuse me. We will now go back to our normally scheduled item, which is D1, which is our AVID presentation. So, Dr. Knavel?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Rochelle. She is our wonderful ELA AVID TOSA that is here to share with you about our AVID program today. So I will turn it over to her.
Oh, now it is. Thank you. Today, I'm excited to share an update on AVID, Advancement via Individual Determination. AVID is more than just an elective class. It's a comprehensive system designed to ensure that all students, especially those in the missing middle, are prepared for success in college, career, and life. AVID students are learners with high academic potential who may need additional scaffolding to reach their goals. Typically maintaining a 2.0 to 3.75 GPA, these students possess a deep desire and the individual determination to pursue post-secondary education, but they may require additional scaffolding to access these opportunities. Our AVID students often represent the first generation in their families to attend college. They frequently come from historically underserved population, and they may lack the institutional knowledge or role models needed to navigate the complexities of the post-secondary application process and transition. AVID provides the support they need to master academic systems and expectations, allowing them to engage with challenging coursework and to pursue college and career pathways. It's important to clarify that AVID is not a remediation program for students who have a GPA below 2.0. It is a rigorous commitment. Students must actively maintain their grades and are expected to remain A through G eligible. And the program is most effective when students fully commit to this long-term academic journey. The success of the AVID program is strongly tied to relational capacity. Students ideally commit to AVID for 4 years, and in return, the program provides a stable, supportive community that offers ongoing academic support, mentorship, and connection. AVID implementation is designed as a systemic widening of opportunity that ensures every student has a path to college and career opportunities. We intentionally start with the AVID elective because these students represent the most in need of explicit academic and social emotional scaffolding. Within this framework, the AVID elective serves as a Tier 2 instructional support, providing a dedicated space for students to master rigorous content through intensive focus on academic strategies and peer collaboration. As the site's capacity grows, we scale these proven methods to Tier 1 school-wide implementation, ensuring that high-leverage instructional strategies are accessible to every student in every classroom. Ultimately, when AVID is implemented at the highest level, it serves as a true system driver. At this level of implementation, AVID moves beyond a program or a set of strategies and becomes the catalyst for system-wide change. The AVID College and Career Readiness Framework and the philosophy of rigor with support begin to reshape a system's entire infrastructure. This shift in mindset unifies all other efforts, such as PLCs and literacy initiatives, under a shared vision of college and career readiness for all. In this stage, the site team, campus leaders, district representatives all work in tandem to rethink existing policies and beliefs, actively removing barriers to opportunity and ensuring that every system on campus and in the district is designed to give all students exactly what they need to succeed. The heart of our work is the AVID College and Career Readiness Framework, which centers on 3 key outcomes that guide our AVID programming. At the core of the framework is the student, reinforcing that all instruction and supports are designed to build student ownership and long-term success. The first outcome is student agency, which focuses on building strong relationships, helping students persist through challenges, and empowering them to activate their knowledge and skills in meaningful ways. The second outcome is rigorous academic preparedness. This is where students develop essential academic competencies through AVID's WICKER framework. WICKER stands for Writing, Inquiry, Collaboration, Organization, and Reading, which are embedded not just in the AVID elective, but also across content areas to support access to rigorous instruction. The third outcome is opportunity knowledge, which prepares students to navigate college and career pathways, develop future-ready skills, and build financial literacy and professional profiles. Together, these 3 outcomes ensure that AVID supports students academically, socially, and, I lost my place. Together, these 3 outcomes ensure that AVID supports students academically, socially, and strategically, preparing them not only for post-secondary access, but for long-term success beyond school. AVID's focus on student agency directly supports the district's core competencies by developing students as collaborative problem solvers, inclusive empathizers, resilient learners, and global citizens. By emphasizing relationship building, perseverance, and the activation of knowledge and skills, AVID helps students take ownership of their learning, navigate challenges, and engage effectively with others, key outcomes aligned with the district's vision for student success. AVID's commitment to rigorous coursework, rigorous academic preparedness provides a practical framework for high-level student performance. Through the WICKER methodology, students don't just consume information. They actively develop traits such as critical thinking and effective communication. For instance, the focus on inquiry and critical reading compels students to engage in the cognitive wrestling necessary for this higher order reasoning, while writing and collaboration provide the structured opportunities to articulate complex ideas and work toward common goals. There we go. AVID's focus on opportunity knowledge is the catalyst that transforms a student into a future-ready learner. While traditional academics provide the what, opportunity knowledge provides the why and how of post-secondary success, equipping students with the digital literacy, financial awareness, and career navigation skills essential for the modern workforce. In our AVID classes, we encourage students to proactively map out their trajectories, ensuring they aren't just reacting to their future, but actively shaping it. By demystifying the path to college and careers, AVID builds the student agency necessary for a learner to remain adaptable, informed, and competitive. Currently, AVID serves 410 students across 7 secondary sites in SCUSD. This includes 4 middle schools, Buxer, Cabrillo, Huerta, and Peterson, and our 3 comprehensive high schools, McDonald, Santa Clara, and Wilcox. Buxer and Peterson have reintroduced AVID after a multi-year absence, while Cabrillo has resumed its program after a 1-year pause. Meanwhile, Huerta is in its first year of implementation, McDonald is in its second year of implementation, Santa Clara is in its 20th year, and Wilcox is in its 33rd. Just as it has done across the country in its 40-plus year history, AVID serves as an important equity engine in our district. SCUSD's core values challenge us to disrupt systems of injustice. In AVID, we do this by identifying and removing the barriers that have historically limited student potential. When we analyze our AVID data, we are looking through the lens of equity, access, and inclusion. These metrics show us exactly where we are successfully opening doors to rigorous coursework and where we must continue to refine our systems to ensure that full potential is reality for every student, not just a goal on a page. AVID is the district's most effective tool for ensuring our vulnerable population meet our high standards for future-ready status. While Hispanic Latino students make up about 40% of our 6 through 12 students, they represent over 55% of our AVID elective students. This is an intentional widening of opportunity. In AVID, we are proactively providing the explicit academic scaffolding and social capital needed to bridge the gap for students who have historically been underserved when accessing post-secondary pathways. Our data is held up by the clicker. There we go. Our data also reflects AVID's commitment to reaching students who navigate greater socioeconomic challenges. With a higher concentration of socioeconomically disadvantaged students compared to the district at large, the AVID elective acts as a vital bridge, providing the rigorous support and opportunity knowledge necessary to transform potential into college and career success. If you look at the screen, the data tells a very clear story about the power of the AVID elective. Year after year, AVID students have achieved a 100% on-time graduation rate. This is a testament to the perseverance of our students and the dedication of our AVID elective teachers. By providing students with Tier 2 instructional supports and a family-like home base in the elective, we ensure our kids don't just stay in school, they thrive and they finish on time. While 100% graduation rate is a milestone we're celebrating, our mission doesn't end at this stage. There is a vital distinction between graduating and graduating eligible for a 4-year university. The data is clear. AVID closes the opportunity gap by ensuring students finish with the highest level of readiness. This aligns directly with our district's commitment to equity and access. Despite facing systemic and socioeconomic barriers, our AVID students prove daily that while potential is universal, opportunity often is not. We are seeing a direct correlation between AVID scaffolding and college eligibility for our historically underserved populations. Our AVID students don't just meet our rigorous A through G standards, they master them, outperforming district averages and proving they are truly college ready. See it again. There we go. Meeting these rigorous A through G requirements is the necessary foundation, but the real victory lies in what our students do with that eligibility. As you'll see on this slide, our students aren't just qualifying, they are being accepted. In 2023, 76% of our AVID seniors were accepted to a 4-year university. That jumped to 81% in 2024, and this past year, it climbed again to 84%. A standout highlight of this year's college data will be McDonald High School's first ever AVID graduating class. 19 of the 21 seniors were accepted to 14 universities. Every senior that applied at McDonald got into a 4-year university, including 3 students who were awarded full ride scholarships. This success is a direct result of the systems work we are doing, ensuring that our students aren't just taking the right classes, but are receiving the specific coaching needed to navigate the complex university application process. Acceptance rates prove the door is open. This case study proves that once inside, our students have everything they need to succeed. In the fall of 2025, 48 Wilcox students enrolled at San Jose State University. SJSU places incoming freshmen into tiers based on their readiness for college-level writing. 1A, Category 1, means the student has already fulfilled their English 1A requirement and is ready for advanced credit-bearing coursework on day one. Of those 48 Wilcox students, 10 achieved this highest tier. 4 of those 10 students were AVID graduates. While AVID students make up a small fraction of the overall Wilcox student body, they represented 40% of our top-tier English-ready freshmen from Wilcox at San Jose State. Beyond preparing students for the rigor of college-level writing, AVID also provides the critical support needed to navigate the complex financial systems that make college possible. While our district-wide FAFSA completion rates are strong, 74% at Santa Clara and 68% at Wilcox last year, AVID provides a masterclass in what happens when we intentionally demystify the financial aid process. By achieving 100% completion, AVID ensures that not a single one of our students is locked out of higher education simply because they couldn't navigate a complex form. This is opportunity knowledge in action. To conclude, we turn to our students' own words. Their experiences illustrate that AVID's rigorous outcomes are only possible because of our high relational capacity. The testimonials in this deck provide a glimpse into our success, but we wanted to end with the voices of our current AVID students themselves. So we have invited Wilcox sophomore Donna Vasquez-Reyes and juniors Miley Wynn and Ainsley Cleveland to briefly speak to the board about what AVID truly means to them.
Hello, everyone. Hello, board members. My name is Donna Vasquez, and I am a sophomore at Wilcox High School. I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and I'd like to discuss with you and touch again on the academic advantages of an AVID class. There's lots of information given about life after high school. This can range from the military to a job immediately to colleges and universities. Financial aid, scholarships, and transferring can be really hard to navigate as a first-generation student like myself, whose parents have little to no previous knowledge of the UC system. With AVID, this changes. There's also information about advanced placement classes. There's programs like SVCTE, the benefits of AP classes in and outside of high school. This can be overwhelming for a student new to high school, but with AVID, again, this changes. This knowledge that AVID grants is extremely empowering. It gives so much advantage, and it really makes high school all the more easier. As shown by the data presented, our AVID team, our AVID family, produces extraordinary results. Thank you so much.
Hello, board members. I am Ainsley Cleveland, a junior at Wilcox, and this is my 3rd year in AVID. Out of everything I've been a part of in my life, AVID has by far had the biggest impact. The program undoubtedly helps improve student success academically. The numbers speak for themselves. However, more important than grades or graduation rates is the community that AVID provides. Teenage years are hard. High school is difficult, and we all inevitably fall down, and we need to get back up. Because of AVID, I don't have to do that on my own. My teacher, Mr. Montez, and my classmates are my biggest support system. Even the other AVID teachers on campus know me, they know my goals, and they know my ambitions, and they're willing to help me get there even though they've never been my teacher and we don't interact academically. AVID provides a unique community of students working towards common goals. We celebrate each other's wins and help each other bounce back from losses. And we truly want each and every one in our AVID program to succeed. AVID has allowed me to build stronger connections across campus and given me a safety net. It's connected me to peers that I never would have spoken to, and because of AVID, I know their ambitions and I take pride in their successes just as I do my own. AVID is a second family for all of us, and I believe every student deserves the opportunity to be a part of it. Thank you for your time.
Hello, board members. Hello, everyone. Hi, my name is Miley. I'm a junior at Wilcox High School, and I've been doing Avid for 4 years. I started in 8th grade at Cabrillo with a, really not that proud of it, a 1.5 GPA, and it was pretty consistent. Yeah, I know. And now with a 3.4 weighted GPA. Along the way, Avid has given me endless opportunities that no other program could ever provide me. It's given me support in my classes at school, lessons about how to prepare for the life ahead of me, and a sense of belonging, a second family I never knew I had. I truly believe that Avid is for everyone. I strongly, truly believe that everyone has a place in Avid. And I'm so glad that other students across the district will now be a part of the Avid family. And I truly am so happy that now our new school, McDonald's High School, will have the program for the first time, and we'll have our new seniors. And I'm so prepared and happy that they get their first Avid senior ceremony this year. I'm really glad to have this chance and be a part of the Avid family, and that everyone can have their steps and be ready for the future too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our Avid students. And now I'm opening it up to any questions. Also, I stole this, so I'm bringing it back.
Thank you so much. That was, darn you for doing all the feels now, because that's why we're here. Those girls and all of those students, that is just, I personally needed this presentation because this is happy. And we spend so much time up here talking about anger and disappointment and sadness. And this was just so affirming of why we're here. And so thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. I think that what the girls really illustrated is one of the reasons that Avid is successful is the relational capacity. We talk about our Avid family, which is on their t-shirts. Mr. Montez is here. He's one of our Avid teachers. Miss Mine is here. She's an Avid teacher. Mr. Gifford is an Avid teacher at Santa Clara. Miss Hallinan is an Avid teacher at McDonald. And that's the first thing we teach our kids, is that if you're in Avid, you're part of you're in the Avid family. And that's a huge key to the Avid success. Yeah.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. Thank you for the presentation. And I want to echo President Lieberman's words. This was just such a happy presentation to hear this evening. I just have one question. You did mention the middle schools that this program is a part of. You didn't mention Don Calajan, which also has a middle school, and I wondered why.
That's a good question. So we potentially will be expanding to Don Calajan. We originally didn't expand to Don Calajan because the size of the middle school at Don Calajan. This past year, Don Calajan didn't have enough students to run an Avid elective. So there is the potential in the future to have one. Probably if we did have one, it would be a combined 7-8 class, because Avid can go all the way to elementary school, and there are Avid sections all the way up to college. But it simply wasn't, it just doesn't have enough students at this point to run an eighth grade only elective.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Trustee Canova.
And I agree with my colleagues. And I like the reference to SVCT as well, the CTE piece. But when you see students and the light in your eyes and the passion, that connection, it means so much to us, because a lot of what we go through here is, it's difficult for everyone. But to see that look in your eyes and to see how the meaning it's having in your lives, we always talk about it's about the kids, it's about the students, everything we do. It's nice to see the fruit of the labors, not just of the board, but everyone involved. And thank you. Your comments mean so much to us. It really, I say this very sincerely, it feeds our hearts. Thank you.
Trustee Ryan.
I'll just echo what others have said. It's so encouraging to hear from students on how this program has impacted your lives and really changed the trajectory of what you envision for yourselves. I've had the opportunity to see that a few times in graduation speeches, where students have really been moved by their high school education to really envision something different for themselves. And particularly the GPA comparison was very, very interesting. Thank you for being open and sharing that. Amazing work. Thank you for coming here and sharing your stories with us, and really appreciate it.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation and the inspiring words. I think one of the things that struck me was how much connection is important. And that, I think, is where the change comes, is these students are so connected to school. And we see that in all of our, surveys that we do, that school connectedness is so important to success. I'm just sitting here thinking, how do we create this for everyone? Because so many students are lacking that connectedness, and what a gift these students have been given to have this safe place for them to connect with each other and with a trusted adult. So thank you.
Trustee Muirhead.
Thank you all for coming and speaking tonight. Your young ladies, your words were so meaningful to all of us, and I know they came from your heart. I don't know all the studies, but I have been hearing for years about the importance of making connections at school really keeps kids involved, and why we push clubs in high school and music programs and athletics, somewhere where a student can make a connection with other students and make a connection with trusted adults and build those relationships. I think AVID is a great example of that, of where these kids have been able to find a home amongst a big, huge campus that we have. And yet they've found that group that they can be comfortable with and grow and have adults that they can talk to. So I really appreciate that you've built such a strong program at our secondary schools.
Thank you. Okay. There are no other comments, then thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on now to our report from our superintendent, Dr. Wright.
All right, good evening. I also appreciate the AVID presentation. I mean, AVID in itself is a game changer, not only in Santa Clara Unified, but everywhere. And you hear these success stories across the country. And as we talk about focusing on Tier 1 instruction and teacher clarity, I mean, we have a blueprint here, and I'm looking forward to seeing some alignment in some of our other programs. So I just want to thank you for your presentation, and I'm definitely a fan of AVID. Since our last board meeting, I had the opportunity to visit some school sites. Went to Central Park Elementary School, had an opportunity to visit the classrooms. We had our students from Cabrillo Middle School actually mentoring and tutoring, or not tutoring, but engaging with our TK students from Central Park and activities. It was certainly a lesson in patience for our older mentors. They had they were doing these yarn balls, and they had the spoons, and you got these TKers flicking the yarn balls all across the classroom, and it was great to see. I kind of wanted to stay there all day, but I knew I couldn't do that. But it was great to see our older students mentoring our TK students. I had an opportunity to go to Booksor Middle School as well, where we had our science students interacting with the Prisms, which is the virtual reality glasses. Gave them an opportunity to engage with abstract concepts. So I just want to thank the team there. It was Jordan Queensberry, Lauren Valentini. I'm going to butcher her name here. I'm sorry. Anna Rupa, and also Miss Sparacino. So thanks for inviting me to the class and giving me an opportunity to learn about the virtual reality glasses. The students seem very engaged and learning from that lesson. Today I had the opportunity to go to the Brian Osborne Nature Center at Peterson Middle School. I'm kind of ashamed to say that this was my first time there. Had an opportunity to go to the farm, but to go to the Nature Center and seeing that beautiful piece of property, it was pretty amazing. And again, we had our older students mentoring our younger students. We had our Peterson Middle School students leading tours for our kindergarten students from Ponderosa. And again, it was engaging those students in that lesson. It was pretty outstanding to see. Then we went over to the culinary arts class where students were cooking for the students for Ponderosa. So they're making homemade pizza and some cookies. And if you're ever hungry, right, I'd go over to that culinary class. I got to tell you, that pizza was pretty good. And then I stuck the cookie in my pocket and ate it later. So it was, I definitely appreciated the food because it was really, it was really good. Got a lot to celebrate as well. As a district, we're doing things and doing things well. And as we heard the Avid presentation today and how wonderful our students are doing, we have students competing in competitions, usually on the weekends, and they're doing really well. Congratulations to Cabrillo Middle School and Santa Clara High School for their performance at the Synopsys Silicon Valley Science and Technology Championship. Took place in Campbell on March 29th. Read off some of the results. Cabrillo students, 32 Cabrillo students received individual awards for student achievement. The Outstanding School Award, Cabrillo was one of only 6 schools to receive this honor, and we were the only public school to receive this honor. Teacher Excellence, Ms. Shalingo was honored with the Most Outstanding Teacher Award, and Santa Clara High School also received 32 student awards. So an outstanding showing. As you know, we've been discussing the right sizing process throughout this school year. We are currently working with CSEA regarding revising a job description for our middle school registrars. And if and when we're able to come to agreement, and it will give us an opportunity to take a look and rescind some of those layoff notices for our middle school registrars. Open enrollment, as we mentioned, we're continuing to monitor our open enrollment numbers. We're waiting on the disenrollment data, which is due to us tomorrow, April 10th. Once that's settled, that'll give us an opportunity to see some of the potential shifts that are happening throughout the districts. As we mentioned, we are committed to taking a look at those 2-3 combination classes that exist throughout the district. So we'll be making some decisions there shortly. And that's all I have for you today.
Thank you. We'll move now to our reports from union presidents. Ms. Wysocki.
Good evening, President Lieberman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. I'll start my report this evening by sharing a bit of UTSC news. We have just finished our first union leadership election. We're happy to announce the following elected leaders for the 2026-2027 school year. President, me, I'm so sorry, me. Vice President Ian Jackson, Secretary Lauren Yagmorian, High School Cluster Directors Dan Skopinski and Vance Campbell, Elementary Cluster Directors Linda Berger, Michelle Hopper, and Leslie Angulo, Specialist Cluster Directors David Borzillo and Zune Bowie. Our Treasurer and Middle School Cluster Director positions are currently in the runoff process, which closes tomorrow. I will share the names of those leaders at the next board meeting. We'd like to thank our members who voted, and we look forward to another great year with our new and returning leaders. It was precisely 1 year ago today that I welcomed Dr. Wright to our organization as our new superintendent. Well, it's actually 1 year minus a day. As I stated last year, our district has a history of a unique and special relationship between district office staff, our union leadership, and our educators who support students in our 31 schools. We all know students benefit when the parts of our system problem solve and plan together, so we can row in the same direction, as it were. It is difficult work, but it is immensely successful when done well. And yet, it's clear when attending many meetings that we continue to struggle with institutional siloing in Santa Clara. Our educators need to see and be able to rely upon clear processes, institutional accountability, and transparent communication. The current status of these 3 areas, which affect every single one of us in this room, hinder our forward momentum. Confusing communication, mixed messages, repeated errors, and decisions made without explicitly addressing the why compromises our educators' trust with site and district administration. The same can be said when words don't match actions. I've stood before you many times to emphasize this singular reality. Trust is earned over time and forfeited in a moment. Our educators have endured a very grueling 6 weeks. The process of navigating $30 million in budget cuts is incredibly taxing, and the impact is worsened by a lack of clarity surrounding next year's plan. The combination of aggressive cost-cutting and strategic ambiguity has created a climate of deep instability, and morale is at a historic low. I look forward to the day when we move past our current anxieties and focus on moving forward together, sharing a powerful vision for improvement. Whether we're talking about student growth, staff morale, or ongoing systemic changes, our educators need to see tangible evidence of partnership, not just be told it exists. It must be both unambiguous and demonstrable. Our staff need to know their leaders are at the table in the beginning of the process, not brought into the table after a plan has already been structured and written. Focus on your next steps to heal our system. Commit to the work. Is now a good time to remind you that we are a mere 3 months away from the beginning of the 26-27 school year? I'm sure you can see and feel that time is of the essence. As I conclude my report, I'd like to extend my deepest wishes to our staff for a truly restorative spring break. You have carried so much lately. Be gentle with yourselves and take every opportunity to rest and find your balance again. Thank you for your attention, and let's hope for an early out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We will not have a report from CSEA this evening, so we will move on now. Oh, yes, please.
Our CSEA president is becoming a grandma.
Well, we hope everything goes smoothly for her family tonight. Okay, we'll move now to public comment on unagendized items. I will read our board policy. 1313 is our civility policy. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. So I'll call up 3 at a time. You all know the drill. You can press the microphone button, it'll turn green. You can just leave it on when you're done so the next person doesn't have to turn it back on again. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer is above Trustee Canova. And if you don't get an opportunity to finish your entire comment, please email it to the board so that we can read it in its entirety. But we will have to stop you after 2 minutes so that everyone gets the same amount of time. All right, so I have Dunya Hassan, Katie Bernard, and Tammy Schultz.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Wright. My name is Dunya Hassan and I teach Spanish at Wilcox. Tonight, I am speaking about the long-term impacts of staff layoffs and program reductions. Over the past 9 years, I have taught many students who are new to this country and they are learning English in our schools. They come from a variety of cultural and economic backgrounds, and some have experienced inconsistent schooling and sadly traumatic family events. With all that taken into consideration, in our classes, we help students to navigate different school systems, teach them study skills and digital literacy, and deliver a robust curriculum. We know that the skills you learn in one language can be transferred to another. We talk to them about college and encourage them to take AP classes, as we know as well that they provide an experience that the first generation of college students don't know or don't have. I wonder how the layoffs of teachers will impact our English learners. And I would like to know what specific steps will the district take to support their growth with fewer resources, people, and programs? Has the hidden cost of the right sizing process been clearly communicated to our families? They probably know how much money is being saved, but do they know the long-term impact of these reductions? Our representatives at EUTSC want to be involved in formulating any future plans. And teachers work with over 100 students every day. We have experience and we are familiar with the situation on the ground. They are offering valuable partnership that will not cost the district any extra money as the consultants are already on the payroll. I respectfully ask the district management and the board to work with our unions to protect our students and to develop plans to mitigate the impact of staff and program reductions. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katie Bernard, RSP at Ponderosa, here to talk about the issues we're facing as a district. We acknowledge the rescinded layoff notices. Thank you for not making a bigger mistake. But you should have listened. You should have not given out more than necessary, but you did. The stress, the rumors, the chaos it caused was unacceptable. Your lists weren't right, mistakes were made, you didn't wake, and you've broken trust. Teachers are leaving because of how this was handled. It's difficult trying to explain to others how things are going in our district. Week after week, I'm hearing about and witnessing the mistakes made by the district that are affecting our staff and ultimately our students. Here are just a few examples. TOSAs were notified if they got to keep their jobs or be forced back into the classroom the night before presenting a district training to staff. Admin were unaware of TK RIFs on their own sites. EdJoin postings were closed after applications were taken and then had to be reposted. And the voluntary transfer list has still not been shared. This process has been messy and unacceptable. Santa Clara is better than this. We are now having tough conversations at sites because the district is choosing to cut essentials unnecessarily. We are being asked for creative ideas to continue inclusive collaboration time and a strong cycle of inquiry process because we will be without the release time from our PE teacher. These processes work and we can't continue them. And they are essential student-focused systems. We are asking elementary VPs who are already overworked and on campus until 6 or 7 at night to take on coaching roles next year. It's actually impossible for them to succeed. Why is management forcing everyone to do more with less? Our ask is for the district to make a plan, which includes union partners, and articulate what the plan is to support student growth with less resources. And just to add, it's hard to create successful programs like AVID when the strong connections are being severed by layoffs. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tammy Schultz. I'm a first grade teacher at Central Park, and I'm here to talk about the HR training that happened in March. We were gathered into our makerspace room, and we had a Zoom from the district lawyer. Pardon me, I'm sick. And she was there to talk about, as you know, she was there to talk about how to teach sensitive issues and be mindful of that delicate balance of not putting in your own opinion. When she was asked what a loaded adjective might be, instead of saying something like, well, you can't really say the incompetent congressman. Instead, she said, oh, I think I'll talk about slavery. Already poor judgment. And her choice was, you can't say slavery is bad. You can imagine the screaming and yelling that happened in our makerspace when we heard that. And to then double down and say, you can't say slavery existed because some people think that slavery didn't exist. We were like, what is happening? And my phone is blowing up from a ton of other schools. Like, oh my God, what is happening? Our staff is screaming. Our staff is screaming. We're freaking out. Why isn't anyone from the district stepping in and saying like, whoa, 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 this is not appropriate? And I get it. When you hear something very shocking, sometimes you're like, and then you think about how you might have handled it differently next time. And so I hope that reflection is happening. And I also know that we were told at the last board meeting that that it would be addressed again at a later date. And so I'm just hoping that that later date happens soon. And I'm also curious if when we fired the old lawyer and got the new, if that was from the same firm, if we kept that same firm or we got rid of that firm. But I'm just concerned about the judgment of our district's lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wright, did you want to speak to her question about the follow-up on the?
Yes, we have a date set and the communication is going to go out. I'm actually looking for the date now. I know it's going to be the week of April 27th. Let me grab the date for you. It is going to be on the 29th from 4 to 6 o'clock. So the district communication will go out tomorrow. And it'll be virtual and it'll also be in person. So it'll be an option of both.
Thank you. Okay, my last two slips are Ian Jackson and Marlena Lawbuck.
Have to move the mic up. Okay, good evening, Board President Lieberman, members of the board, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. As UTSC leader, I'm here tonight to ask the board and the district management some questions that have been raised to me by UTSC members. Questions related to the cuts and layoffs that have recently been unanimously approved. The main question is, what's next? As the dust settles and valuable educators and support staff are discarded and communities are splintered and the board continues to ask about academic progress and growth, and those that remain are asked to do more with less, what is the plan? Concerned educators want to know, how will eroded trust be repaired? How will all staff at sites be supported to best serve their students and communities? How will displaced and bumped certificated and classified staff be onboarded at new sites whose culture and academic processes may be different from the sites they are moving from? How will the impact of program cuts and staff layoffs be evaluated? What data will be analyzed? This is just a few of the questions. UTSC's ask is that if there are no answers to these questions yet, that we continue to work collaboratively in partnership to address these important questions and issues. Thank you, and happy nearly spring break.
Yeah, but I'm also tall. So kind of an awkward angle, but it's okay. Okay. Good evening, esteemed board, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. My name is Marlena Lawbuck. I'm a psychologist on the preschool assessment team. As right sizing plans continue to reduce staff and remove important resources that our students depend on, staff members have been expected to obediently embrace this expectation that you keep hearing about of doing more with less. This is direct verbiage that is coming from our administration. Similar to how the phrase right sizing does not adequately capture the substantial layoffs it implies, the phrase do more with less is also very deceiving. Doing more with less can sound like a challenge to be more creative, more efficient, more strategic, as if better effort or smarter thinking could solve the problem. This framing suggests if we just work differently, we could make it happen, no problem. The issue isn't that educators aren't trying hard enough or aren't thinking creatively enough. It's that the total available capacity has been reduced and the expectations remain the same or are increasing. The barrier we are facing is capacity. Capacity is finite. If I give you a 12-ounce water bottle, there is no way you will ever put 13 ounces of water in that bottle. Capacity in education is made up of quantifiable and fixed variables. Time, we only have so much time in our contracted day. People, staff, attention to our students and our work, and expertise. Once capacity is exceeded, something has to give, whether that's time with students, quality of instruction, legal compliance, or staff well-being. When we're expected to do more with less, it's our students who ultimately receive less, and that is not an acceptable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any more slips, so if there's anyone else in the room that would like to speak, please come up to the podium. Thank you.
I guess, is it still on? Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Ha. I'm a sixth grade math and science teacher at Dolores Huerta Middle School. I wasn't going to make a comment tonight, but I felt really moved by the AVID presentation, particularly because I'm a first generation college graduate. I'm a child of immigrant parents who were escaping the aftermath of the Vietnam War and a grandchild of a woman who was never granted the opportunity to go to school. Something that really stood out to me in that presentation was not only the incredible outcomes that the AVID presentation has been able to achieve, but also what stood out to you, what the students said about that importance of connection. And a thought that came up to me as I was listening to them was, how are we going to help maintain that level of connection when teachers are being laid off, teachers are being moved to different sites, especially because those are the teachers that are facilitating those programs that those students love. Those are the teachers facilitating connection within the classroom. Those are the teachers that the adults that those students reach out to for help. So I asked the board to work closely with our unions and carefully consider how these reductions will impact student experiences and what you as our leaders can do to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments in the room? Okay, I'll close public comment in the room. Ms. Meltzer, are there any comment? Thank you.
Thank you, President Lieberman. For the members of the public attending through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands were raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one we have in the boardroom, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute. Our first speaker is Katie Peterson.
Good evening, board. My name's Katie Peterson. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a school psychologist within the school district. I first want to shout out the AVID program and all the staff that support it. I sincerely hope that all these horrible cuts don't negatively affect that program. It's interesting to hear all the board members raving about school connectedness and lauding the AVID program after they made unnecessary cuts to similar programs, ignoring the families, students, and staff members begging these programs to be supported rather than undermined. But I digress. This year, we were told that the district was cutting 2 school psychologists from our team for next year. How we are going to meet the needs of our students with 2 less psychologists while simultaneously being told that we are going to be expected to actually do even more next year is beyond me. I want to again raise the concern about the MOU that we are trying to get developed with Fresno Pacific University's School Psychology Graduate Program. This opportunity is mutually beneficial. Practicum students and interns gain the required field experience to enter the profession, while our school psychologists gain increased capacity to complete assessments, consult with staff, and support students. This allows us to reach more students and maybe not work 60-hour weeks, but I don't know if y'all care about that. I want to urge Dr. Gonzalez and the rest of the district office to respond to my emails to collaborate on this opportunity. If you are going to cut our team and expect us to do more with less, the least you can do is allow us to access graduate student volunteers at no cost to the district. By rejecting this MOU, the district is not only reducing support in the present, it is weakening the pipeline of future school psychologists at a time when shortages are already impacting services. If we are serious about supporting students and sustaining our staff, which, let's be honest, I'm not quite sure we are at this point, we should be expanding these partnerships, not limiting them, especially in the face of staffing cuts. Thank you.
Trustee Fairchild.
Thanks, President Lieberman. I would like to get more information on this intern and practicum student opportunity. When I was an employee in the district, I served as an intern mentor. I had interns, I had practicum students. We depend on it in the profession. It's required. So I would love to know more about this since the board was unaware.
We have the MOU. You'll probably see it in the next board meeting. We do explore that, and we make sure that if our teachers are serving as master teachers or in any capacity as coaches, that they get compensated. We had an issue with one of our local universities cutting all of that, and we ended up having to compensate our own teachers for that because the program cut all the funding. So we double check that they provide that support, but given that it's a special request, we can grant it, but we just need to know that they may not provide any type of support or compensation stipends for our employees or staff.
So I just want to make sure I understood your response. So it has not been completely rejected, it's still being negotiated? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we actually had it in the queue like 2 board meetings ago, I believe, and we pulled it to double check that to make sure that they provide some sort of a stipend or support to compensate our employees.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Claire Hood.
Hi, board and everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First thing just about Katie's talk right before is I'm glad that you're thinking about it, but I think the main problem that we continue to have is communication. She's just asking for an email response from the district. After the HR training, I appreciate Ms. Meltzer and Dr. Wright for responding to my concerns. But I am still concerned about the fact that it has not been communicated to our families and our school. Hearing that I can't say that slavery is bad and knowing that there are district admin in the meeting, hearing it and no one saying anything and no one addressing it until after was so shocking and harmful. As someone who has been an equity lead, hearing that made me so fearful for what our students are able to learn. And I think that the community really needed to know that that happened and that we don't agree with that we believe that our kids should know that slavery is bad, that our kids should know that slavery happened, because that was the second question. What if somebody says slavery didn't happen? And the HR lawyer said, I'll have to look into it. I really think communication is the main issue that we are facing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our final speaker is Shayna.
Thank you, board. Can you apologize? Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shayna Siegel, and I'm a proud special education teacher, union member, and resident of Santa Clara. Recently, special education teachers were directed to complete an audit with less than 4 days' notice. This was incredibly disrespectful to our time and demonstrated no understanding of our workflow. I'm thankful to our union leadership and labor management partnership for negotiating this issue and providing more time and compensation to special education teachers, but it remains that the message was sent out unevenly. Some teachers got it on Monday. Some teachers didn't get it till Wednesday. Some were directed to forward it on to colleagues, as though we have the kind of time to do the administrative work that should be done by the district office, and we should have been given ample lead time for this. All of the issues this issue, as well as the issues that were brought up earlier by Katie Bernard, are really meant to highlight that our systems are already challenged. And yet, instead of investing resources in our schools and our students, we're being asked to do more with less. Teachers are already working at capacity. So are many of our administrators, especially our hardworking principals and assistant principals. And I am genuinely concerned for next year, and I want to know how and when our district leadership plans to address the long-term impacts of the staff layoffs and program reductions. The answer cannot be do more with less next year. Plans need to be in place before next school year. Staff needs to be notified of what their positions will be for next year. If we enter the fall without a clear plan, then we are clearly planning to fail. We need to work together now, and that means partnering with our UTSC and CSEA leadership teams to address the issues that will arise from these cuts. The questions that must be addressed before next school year are: what specific steps is the district planning to take to support student growth with less resources, people, and programs? What will our focus be, and how will we protect our most vulnerable students? What current plans and programs will need to be set down for lack of resources?
Thank you for your comments. We're going to need to stop you at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shayna, you can send the rest of your comment in to public-comment@susd.net if you would like to. Thank you.
Was that the last Zoom comment?
Thank you. It was.
Okay. I don't think the board, is this an audit, like an extensive audit? Like what, the board doesn't know anything about that. So if we could get some information, that'd be groovy.
It's an audit that happens every single year. This is the 4th year that it has happened. It used to be, this audit's been around for 20 years. It used to be randomly districts would get pulled to have to do this audit to ensure that students are receiving services. Then the state, about 4 years ago, decided to gain access to all our digital systems and to make it a requirement every year that this occurs. So this is the 4th year we've done it in a row. Typically, the teachers are given 2 weeks' time to do this because the timelines were moved by 2 months from the state. Our timeline shrunk, so they were only given a week to 5 days.
Okay, so this wasn't like a investigatory.
No.
audit.
Well, it's not investigating, but the state has to do checks to periodically pull from districts to ensure that students are receiving their services and are doing their job.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Canova.
As everybody knows, the board can't respond to things that are not agendized, but we can ask staff questions. And I don't know if you're prepared to go into any great detail, but several speakers tonight have spoken about, what's our plan going into the new year, working with less, et cetera. I don't know to what extent you want to speak to it, but is there anything you can say to that?
Yeah, and we're doing planning for next year, and we're still in the right sizing process. That May 15th deadline has not hit. We're still finalizing some of those layoff processes. We're still rescinding notices, and we are doing some planning for next year behind the scenes. So we're hoping to get some communication out as soon as possible, but we are still in the planning stages of it, and conversations are happening.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to consent items. Consent item H1, human resources.
Move to approve.
Second, Fairchild.
Trustee Canova? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, no, you don't vote on this. Sorry. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Is she still on?
Is Trustee Watanabe still on?
Still on.
Trustee Watanabe? We will mark her absent. And I vote yes, that passes 6-0 with student trustee Suresh not voting and trustee Watanabe being absent. Okay, consent item I1 through I13 and I15 through I17.
Move to approve.
Second, Ryan.
Okay. Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe. Okay, we'll mark her absent and I vote yes. So that passes 6-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes and trustee Watanabe being absent. Consent item I-14 was pulled by trustee Fairchild. Trustee Fairchild?
Oh, thank you so much. When I saw this item on the agenda and I recently spoke about it last year in June. During this time of cuts, it just didn't sit well with me. This is an item where we are contracting with an outside vendor to provide services to our students during the school day at school. For the last 5 years, we have spent over $4 million with this vendor to provide these services. This is an extreme increase from anything before 2021. We did not used to contract this excessively with outside vendors to provide services to students during the school day. I have a big problem with that as we're making cuts to our own employees. I would like, and I did some questions. I asked, there's an audiologist on this service list. Have we posted for this job? And we have a job description. It was only posted in 22 and 23. It has not been posted prior or since, and it has not been until filled. Have we done an analysis of, do we need a full-time or part-time audiologist? What are we doing? As far as, and I would like us to do an analysis of the increase to vendors that provide services to students at school since 2021 to present and before. The increase has been excessive. This motion, this contract is asking us, it originally came to us for an agreement of $600,000 for this school year. It is our responsibility to stay within the budget. It is not the vendor's responsibility to stay within the budget. It is our responsibility to request the items or the services within that budget. What happens with these contracts is what we've talked about, it's position creep. I'll call it contract creep, where we get amendment 1, 2, 3, I don't know how many, and suddenly we're up to $1 million in a year. This is another amendment. I don't feel comfortable granting the whole amendment because I think it's the responsibility of the people bringing the contract to stay within the dollars, not to increase it by 25% every time we get an amendment. So I would like to make a motion that we only increase this contract by half of the requested amount and that there's a plan to stay within budget. It seems like it's I don't know what to call it. It's like a suggestion. You know, maybe we'll spend this one, but probably double. So I would like to make a motion that we have to pay these vendors for at least April. That we make a motion to grant the $75,000, but I would like staff to come back to us with how we're going to stay within budget on these contracts, and not, and also to look at how they have increased significantly, excessively since 2021. If these need to be employees, if they need to be union members and employees of us, then we need to hire them directly. So anyway, that's my motion to increase by 75.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Any other comments on this item before we vote? Nope. Okay. Student trustee Suresh. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman? Trustee Rotterman?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe. Okay, well, she is absent. I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes and trustee Watanabe being absent. Item J1, 2026 CSBA Delegate Assembly Runoff Elections. Trustee Muirhead, did you want to speak to that item or?
Well, I'm one of the candidates, so I
Yes.
think I should speak to it. It would be appropriate for somebody else to make the motion.
Okay,
I'll make the motion
Okay.
to,
I wasn't sure if you wanted to.
so move to
Approved.
approve trustee Muirhead for delegate assembly.
Okay, can I get a second for that? Second. Okay, second from trustee Canova. Okay, student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yeah.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Waterman. I think that was yes.
Yes, I said yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think we might need to check. I'm worried that trustee Watanabe's microphone may be having similar problems. Because I'm actually speaking quite loudly.
It's not the volume that's the problem.
It's muffled.
Yeah.
Muffled?
Okay, I'm not sure how to fix that.
Oh, well, actually, that was better.
That was better.
That I heard.
Okay,
Okay,
It's like he's behind a pillow.
yeah, it is like
Like
he's
he maybe
behind
he's
a
asleep.
pillow.
I moved the device to a different spot and get
That's
that solved.
much better, trustee Waterman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe. Okay, she is absent. I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes and trustee Watanabe being absent. Okay, K1, resolution 2622 affirming April as Arab American Heritage Month.
Move to approve.
Second, Ryan.
Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes,
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe is absent. And I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes and trustee Watanabe being absent. K2, resolution 2623 affirming May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second.
Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yeah.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
yes,
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe is absent. I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes and trustee Watanabe being absent. K3, resolution 2624 affirming May as Jewish American Heritage Month.
Move to approve.
Second, Ryan.
Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
yes,
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe is absent, and I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes and trustee Watanabe being absent.
President Lieberman, before you go on, I believe there were some typographical errors in those last two resolutions. I just want to make sure that they were corrected. before
Yes.
signature.
They were corrected, and we have the corrected documents.
Thank you.
K4, resolution 2625 affirming May as Mental Health Awareness Month.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second. Muirhead?
Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
yes,
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. K5, resolution 2626 affirming May as Foster Care Awareness Month.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second.
Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
yes,
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. L1, the appointment of the Director of Secondary Education. Dr. Gonzalez.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. It is my honor to introduce Dr. Marisa Coire. Dr. Cody is a distinguished educational leader and warm demander, dedicated to advancing equity through innovative secondary pathways and rigorous instructional leadership. Currently serving as Director of Secondary Education, Dr. Cody possesses an impressive academic foundation, including a Doctor of Education from the University of Southern California, an MA in Educational Leadership from Santa Clara University, a Master of Public Health from San Francisco State University, and a BA in Sociology from Columbia University. Her professional expertise ranges from spearheading deeper learning assessments and PBL-based alternative pathways to supporting critical district systems such as CSEA negotiations, Title IX coordination, and MTSS framework development. Grounded in the belief that intentional pedagogy is the most effective lever for social justice, Dr. Cody blends extensive compliance experience with a collaborative service-oriented vision for student achievement.
Move to approve.
Second, Ryan?
Okay. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild. Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. M1, Resolution 2617 for change order number 1 to the Belter Companies for food service equipment revisions for Laurelwood Elementary School at the Patrick Henry site.
Move to approve. Muirhead.
Second,
Fairchild.
Okay. Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh also voting yes. Action item N1, 2526, adoption of the proposed middle school DLI curriculum for dual language immersion DLI program.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
There's a second? Okay. Student trustee Suresh.
Yes.
Trustee Canova.
Yeah.
Trustee Fairchild. Trustee,
yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that passes 7-0 with student trustee Suresh voting yes. O1, report, director school bond projects. Are there any questions or comments on that report? Trustee Fairchild.
It's just a little request. I have missed all of the tours for health reasons. I was wondering if I could request a makeup tour of the campus.
Laurelwood.
Laurelwood, yeah. When's the next one?
I'm not sure when the next one is, but we could arrange one at any time. And actually, we have one scheduled for the Bond Oversight Committee.
Oh, let me know when that is.
I can get that date for you. And then anybody else that would like to attend, it's essentially a public meeting.
Okay,
Just let me know.
so we could let, say, our union leaders know? Have you-
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, perhaps we can publish the date or send an email or something. That'd be good.
You might want to take our seat.
not to put anyone on the spot, but I
For
saw some
construction
faces
site.
back there that looked interested.
Any other questions for Mr. Adams? Okay, thank you.
For all that you do.
O2, report director of facility development and planning. Any questions on that one or comments? No? Okay.
I do.
Oh,
actually.
trustee Fairchild?
It's something I've been thinking about. It's kind of for both facility development and planning and school bonds. As we look at our declining enrollment, we're kind of seem to be moving forward on all this construction. And I wonder if we need to have at some point some sort of a budget or a special board meeting, a study session where we look at the projects already planned at our schools and as we're building. Because the question I tend to get from members of the community is, how are we building with declining enrollment? And I know that's not a topic we want to necessarily discuss. It's uncomfortable. Because when a lot of these bonds were passed, our school district looked different. But I do think it's a conversation we need to have. So that's just something I'm just kind of putting out there. They used to say, if you build it, they will come. And I don't know if that's necessarily the case anymore. So I want to just make that request.
Trustee Canova?
And these things over, you know, I'm on the board so long, I've seen it for so many years, but it's always hard to predict the upturns and the downturns. And we've gone through the process where obviously the funds for building come from things like bond measures. Obviously, it's not a bucket of money for other things like staffing. Obviously, most of us understand that. But yes, we see districts around us closing school sites. San Jose Unified, I think, just closed quite a few school sites. That's happening all around us. Will that happen here? That's yet to be found out whether we need to or not. But we should have maybe a overview of our construction and an overview of the inventory of what we have. You know, because we have the newer construction, which obviously is an investment in the future. You know, we've built sites that are going to be serving our students into the next century, literally, you know, and then we have some older sites that are a completely different set of circumstances. But we should have that larger conversation, and we have to be so careful because, you know, we like to think I refuse to believe that we're going to have a continual decline that will go unabated forever. I just don't think our history shows that's what happens. There's ebbs and there's flows, there's upturns and there's downturns. So we have to be cautious in the sense of that we don't want to be so drastic and dramatic about what we're looking at right now that we undercut ourselves for the future. Because we simply don't know what can happen. This is a Silicon Valley. Look what happens in this valley and what's happened over decades and decades. We don't know what the next boom is exactly and the impact that it's going to have on this valley. So we don't want to damage ourselves for that very real and potential growth in the future, which can absolutely happen. We've done that in this valley multiple times over and over and over again. So I suppose I refuse to accept the idea that we're on a downward slope, that will always be a downward slope. I refuse I don't have that view of the future.
Trustee Muirhead?
Well, I believe that our bond program is almost done. Maybe Mr. Adams can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the only thing left is the New Valley campus and the Peterson Fields. There might be some money left over from some rebates and such for some other things, but we're almost done with this program, and we haven't talked anything about going out for more bond money. Our facilities always need updates, and we have deferred maintenance funding for those. If Mr. Shield was here, he could spend 20 minutes on that, I'm sure. But so we need to keep our sites well maintained. And the bond money is bond money. It can't be used for anything but facilities work. So I think we're actually in a really good spot right now with our bond program finishing up. Because you're right, we don't need to be building new schools right now.
Mr. Shield?
I won't go 20 minutes because I think I heard somebody say earlier tonight that they were hoping for an early evening. So, but I think Trustee Muirhead really said something there that we have some construction projects like a Laurelwood that's a new construction project, and then we have other projects that are either a modernization or a repair or some of those, and it is two different buckets. We do have a facility needs assessment that shows that we have over $1 billion worth of need that we will have over the next 20 years. And so there will always be the need for facility projects in order to ensure that our facilities are appropriate, learning and working spaces, and good and that we preserve the fiduciary assets that our community has entrusted us with. But I can work with our team to develop a schedule of the existing projects that we currently have in place, as well as a timeline to completion on those, as well as those that are in the planning stage that have not started yet. And by starting yet, I mean breaking ground. So that way we can have that information for the board at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shill. Okay. The board needs to return to closed session. Do we need to? I think in the interest of trying to get out of here.
Can I just bring up one thing, not for me?
Sure.
But I don't know if you want Joe. I don't know if you want to speak to it. You sent me a nice email today about your son and his competition in Skills USA. Could you did you share that with the whole board or just me? I think we all should maybe celebrate that. That's really cool what your son's doing. Did you want to say something?
So there's a lot of different pathways. There's college, community college. But I just wanted to highlight what the partnership that Santa Clara has with Metro Ed. My son is in Ontario right now and doing part of the Skills USA competition for medical assistants. And so just a great way to celebrate the different pathways.
It's really cool.
Okay, there was a request to do reports. I don't,
There's like nobody here. Like nobody's listening to it. So I think we should just go.
okay.
Nobody.
Well, not nobody, but like they want to go home too.
Okay, so unless I don't see an overwhelming, cry to do them. So we will adjourn to closed session. Hopefully we will be done before we would need to extend the meeting past 10:30. And we will see you when we're done, if you're still here. The board is back from closed session. And here, the report is as follows. Item B5, the board received information and gave direction. Item B6, the board received information and gave direction. Item B7, the board received information. So before we adjourn, I just wanted to read something really quickly. As our community may have heard, Ron Dearden Sr. passed away on April 3rd at the age of 89. He was an advocate for public transportation, and he championed the regional light rail system, Caltrain electrification, and the Diridon station in San Jose, which was named in his honor. He also served as Santa Clara County Supervisor for over 20 years. He chaired the California High-Speed Rail Authority, and he led the Mineta Transportation Institute as executive director. Beyond transit, he was known for his dedication to the environment and regional planning and serving as a mentor to local leaders in our area. So we adjourn tonight in the memory of Ron Dearden Sr.
Motion to adjourn. Rotterman?
Second, Ryan.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe is no longer with us, and I vote yes. So that passes 6-0 with Trustee Watanabe being absent from the meeting. We adjourn at 10:02. Thank you very much.
President Lieberman, thank you for doing the adjournment in Ron's honor.